God damn. Alright, let's play some music today. Gamble on that. Programming limiter. Oh shit. Alright. We're a bit late today. Slept in, apparently. So. Shit, I don't even know where I am. I'm gonna go get some water. Okay. Alright, so first things first. Got a problem. But I kind of want to diagnose it here first. Let's see, where do you think the bottom is? That was the bottom. Okay, so I can't quite figure out where the bottom is, but we can do this. We go world container, new sprite, set Ria's position to 0. That way we start at the bottom. Right. Then we can try doing this, that, and then we do that, and then we do that. And do we want to play something more? Sure, why not? Now I want to screenshot it. And we save it as a. Okay. What's it done already? Alright, whatever. Start. Load. Alright, so what's going on is it is loading correctly at first. Man, I don't know why it does this. This is super annoying. Like the shader is self-imploding whenever I unfocus it. Which is weird because it only happens in the editor, which is super annoying. So what exactly is the problem? Have I just written something incorrectly here? But the other difficult part is it's hard to really tell, like, am I saving things incorrectly here or am I loading them incorrectly? Because now here, well, one thing we can check is what about the map size? The map size right now is 500 times 500 times 25. So what happens with that when we load this file? Stays the same. Assuming that I set it at all. Let's see. Open level. File matrix size. No, we're not setting it at all. Map size dot equals new vector 3 int. It's an int, right? Yeah. And then here we use map size. Dead. There. Now let's see if it's correct. I am not convinced. No. It gets set to 244. Why? Why would it get set to 244? Oh, that's... No. They're stored as int16s. So why would 500 become 244 in an int16? They are shorts, but converting a short to an integer should not be a problem. What happens? What happens if we do something simple here, like short test equals, well, we do int test equals 500, and then we do short test equals int test converted to a short, and then we do int test2 equals short test int test2, What does that print? $500. So it's not a problem with the conversion there. Oh, that's it. This should not be converted to a byte, that should be converted to a short. Is that gonna be it? Does it work now? Got to save it. B. Nice shader you've got there. Load. There, we're done. It works. Good night. Hello, 6dong9. Get viewers, followers, and primes on viewers.shop. Whoa. Nice. Oh, brain on. So, now that works. How big is this file? This is 48 megabytes only. And if I set it back to 500 times 500 times 50, which is a pretty damn big map. Little drawing. Heck of it. Hello, Ivan. That was pretty fast. Now it's 97 megabytes. 97 and a half. So that's the size of a level. Then you add to archive. Best compression. Now it's 264 kilobytes. No, not quite. But I do want the possibility that we could make a relatively large map. but I don't know how big the maps will end up being. Like, if you look at CRPGs, their maps aren't that big. They're usually like 3 to 5 screen sizes. But our characters take up a lot more space on the screen than a typical like CRPG character does. So we might need more screen space across the level. But even so, 500 times 500 times 50, that's a really high map, first of all. But it's also like 12 screen sizes, so it's quite a lot. How's the game coming along? Not much. We're just working on the editor. Still. Maybe soon. Soon. Once this kind of works, I'll start doing some programming on the actual game. I'm gonna start helping Tyler out with that. And we're gonna start programming like combat animations and stuff. And that will be actually fun and enjoyable and not that hard. So I'm looking forward to that quite a lot. Anyway. This is a sausage stream. I'm gonna go get my sausages. Art? Why would I do art? I've never done art before. It's just that art is so secondary right now. Like, we just gotta get the main stuff so that we can actually like try the game ourselves a little bit, and we can more figure out like what we need and stuff for the combat prototype to get that stuff working. So I'm gonna help Tyler cobble together as much as I can that we need right now, and then I'm going to go back to doing art, and on the side I'm going to tinker with the shadow casting system that I made before, but that system doesn't work at all anymore. I have to like completely convert it. Did you design characters, or did someone else make the character design and you made the sprites based on that design? It depended. Sometimes they had designs, and that's honestly preferable, because otherwise you should actually charge more money, because designing is an entire job. So you should actually charge for 2 steps if people don't have like sketches and stuff for you to work with, in my opinion. Because they are hiring you for 2 things. So I'm very thankful that we do have designers now, Carlos and Sala, and they're just spitting out stuff all the time. Well, Carlos is more our concept artist now. Sala is he's been doing like portraits and stuff for a while. Carlos spits out a lot of stuff. because it's my first time freelancing. Well, getting hired by friends can be kind of rough. So you gotta make sure you guys are amicable with each other when it comes to the actual business transactions. But doing concept art and doing the proper art are, in my opinion, two different jobs. So designing takes forever as well. It's also an iterative process. Like, you have to go back and forth. Like, is this what the character looks like? Like, should it be like this? Should it be like that? So if nothing else, what you could suggest for your friend when it comes to design, if you don't really want to do the designs that much, then you can go on Fiverr and like hire a couple of artists to just like make you sketches and see if you like any of them based on descriptions. And then you can kind of work with that. Is the concept art part of the pay? Well, if you're doing two jobs and you're not getting paid for one of them, then, I mean, it's up to you. I don't work on hourly time ever, so it's too much of a pain in the ass. Some people might be able to do that, but I wouldn't, personally. Me and Kibbs, we just worked out like a monthly fee that he pays me, and I just do whatever I can. It's so much easier and less problems. As long as you don't, like, you know, fart around too much. You mean work daily? I mean, of course. Or do you mean like I worked today or whatever? But honestly, I would just... It depends on the guy you're working with as well. Like, they might not find whatever solution we've found to work. Because before, when I was working with Kibbs, I was working per commission. So he wanted me to make like one character. All right, that'll be $50 for the idol, and then I'm gonna animate it. That'll be, you know, a bit extra. Maybe, and that depends heavily on like the animation itself. Like an idle animation, pretty simple, but you want an attack animation or like a complex death animation or something. All right, that'll be like $100. You want an attack with 3 steps in the attack, like you got the swing, swing, swing. All right, that'll be $150. And it just got really tedious to like go back and forth like that. So that's why we kind of decided on, you know what, how about you just pay me a set fee every month. I do whatever you want and I'll try to get it done. But that also requires a certain level of trust between both people. Sausage. Because when you're working per commission, you also have to factor in like redrawing. It's like, what if it doesn't work out? Especially if you are designing and you end up redrawing it. Okay, how many times are you gonna redraw before you're working at a loss, right? And how because you might redraw it like 4 or 5 times if it's a design or concept art work that you're doing. If they're not happy with the way it turned out, like it doesn't match what they have in their head. So it depends. Like if you can just nail it like the first time every single time, which you won't, because design work requires a lot of experience, like shitloads of experience. You have to be a special kind of artist to be a good designer, because you have to be like the kind of person who reads stuff all the time, like reading about books or reading books and the Wikipedia entries about like armor design, cloth design, you know, what kind of stuff did they have in this century, etc., etc. You know, all that kind of stuff, and also historical stuff, like like how gunpowder started shifting out, like equipment for the armies, like what kind of armor they were wearing, and in you know, that kind of stuff, like because you might have to help people, like other people, also kind of figure out what makes sense as well. And even more so if you're designing like buildings, areas, castles. Like designing a castle is ridiculously difficult because castles are incredibly complex, and they all have like very careful constructions for like strategic stuff. Like I was watching Sala and Carlis go through the Austrian castle, and I could never do that, like ever, because it's so complicated, so much work. And they're thinking about like, should this portcullis be over here? Like, does that make sense? How would the invaders be like invading? Like, how would this work? What would be the optimal place for this? What would make sense? Like, I don't know. But not just that. Also, like, it depends on like how detailed you want things to be as well, right? If you're doing concept art and you're gonna make like, oh, I want this this character with like an armor and she's gonna have like red clothes or something, and you're like, okay. And now, when you start doing it, you realize, wait, what the fuck? How do clothes actually? What do clothes actually look like? And then you realize that like an armor has like 600 pieces, and they all need to have some kind of design. Like, do I put like, you know? There's just so much shit. Even just like a dress or something, like, okay. Got like white accents on it, and then we got some stuff here, and then oh, what kind of belt should I put on them? Like I said, it takes crap loads of experience. Freelancing as a game artist per month? Well, honestly, it's really hard to compare to other people. I'm kind of cheap. To be perfectly honest, I'm cheap. Like when we were trying to find people to hire, and they were like 4 times as expensive as I am, and they were like 4 times worse than I am. At least. So, I mean, it also depends on how much you can work. Like, can you work full time? 8 hours a day. Because then you also have to consider, can they afford you that much? Yeah, kind of like those guys in India. Like this. The like I've got Ria's combat idol here. There. How big is this? Hello, Robert. And yeah. Some people really overestimate how much they're worth. And also, if they do overestimate themselves, they also don't really get any work. I don't know how wide this is. 143? That can't be right. No, it's not right. $155, that's how big it is. 83 or I think it's 83. Yeah. Like this, I don't really remember what I charged for this. Maybe like $100. 80, 70, man, I don't remember. But a good way to start is just doing it per commission, right? And then you can kind of gauge like how much can I get done per month for this person? How long does it take me to make like these animations? And then you can see like, oh, we're making like 6 animations a week. They're all like $100 or something. And then you just like extrapolate from that and see if if they prefer a more stable expenditure or not. But you also have to remember that these prices are from like 6 years ago. We're in a fucking recession right now. I dropped my sausage on the floor. So there's something I kind of want to try. I don't really know how to do it. I mean, I know how to do it. I just don't know how to approach it. Because what I want is, I want a depth buffer of the map. So I kind of feel like I should have like a button somewhere that's like generate depth buffer. Because I don't know if doing it per like drawn tile is a good idea. We can try that, but I'm afraid it's gonna lag really bad. Like it already lags kind of badly. But what I want for it to do is I want it to store a snapshot of the world from above. And then I'm gonna use that to determine where I have to start reading the tiles. Because right now I'm always, like if the map is 50 pixel or 50 tiles high, I start reading every single Z and X entry at the top Z and down. So if we can get rid of some of those, I think it'll run a lot better. Because that'll reduce calls in both the shader and on the CPU, because I'm doing it on both. So how would we do that? We would need a I mean, to send it to the shader, it needs to be a color array. Plenty of competition? Not really. Hmm. 99.99999% of game devs don't do anything that's worthwhile. And even if they do, it's within a niche. If you're making a football game, you are not competing with people who are making Counter-Strike. So you actually have very few competitors depending on your field. And if you're making pixel art, like I don't know if that's what you're gonna do, pixel art. Like almost nobody's doing pixel art anymore. Do you have any idea how hard it is to find pixel artists? It's like a total nightmare. They all stopped doing it. Like, I don't know. I don't see any pixel artists around anymore. It's like Japanese people. So like... Let's say you want to make a colony sim. How many competitors do you have? You have Dwarf Fortress, you have RimWorld, and then you have like some minor RimWorld clones that are all failing right now. Congratulations, you have 2 competitors. More or less. They are. And there is like a newer wave of pixel artists, but they don't know what they're doing. They have no clue. It's just a bunch of mixels and shit everywhere. They don't know anything about the art. I mean, maybe they'll eventually figure it out and we'll have a resurgence, but right now I feel like there are only like a very, very small amount of already established pixel artists that are actually working and doing things. But even a lot of those have switched over to normal art. Like, I don't remember when I last saw Snake Pixel make any pixel art. It was like when he made that fake Chrono Trigger trailer. Otherwise, who even makes pixel art anymore? It's like, what's his face? Amatnix. I don't know what his fucking name is. Siagmo or Thomas Feitmeyer. I don't know. I don't know anyone else. There are a bunch of like SJW dudes who do it, but I don't care about them. Yeah, you're right. Well, you can do pixel art differently when you're doing mobile art. You can use more. The shading doesn't have to be the same. Let me see here. I have some sprite cheats here that I ripped from some games. Grand summoners here. These sheets, this is what they use in game. The sheets aren't even properly exported. They're all like blurry because it doesn't matter on mobile. Like it looks fine anyway. But I know they have some in here that are actually properly exported. It's small, yeah, it's pixel art, dude. Oh yeah, on the phone it becomes even smaller, but yeah. I can't tell, do I have anti-aliasing on? Yeah. Can we find one that is actually exported properly? I think it's just like the newer sprites. This one. Yeah, they start having properly exported sprites. So I think this is actually proper pixel art when I look at it. At least the newer ones. Yeah. Let's see, there's another thing. And I feel like I've saved this thing like 60 times, but I never find it when I want to look at it. Dragon Lord. this was just kind of what I wanted to say. Like this is really good pixel art, but when you're working on mobile, it's a lot easier to do these kind of stuff. Like if you look at his neck and if you look on his horn here, there's an ass load of gradients and stuff. So you can kind of go really, really hard on gradient, or sometimes even use like anti-alias brushes, even though I still don't recommend that. And it still looks fine. And you can be like really, really rough with it, depending on how big your sprites are gonna be on the screen. That's important. Like in Grand Summoners, these sprites are probably like this on the screen. Maybe this. So like you really can't tell. It all just looks smooth. In a sense, it's kind of the same as like an old school CRT. Because that would also smooth out the pixels so they don't actually look like pixel art there in practice. But I don't even know what I'm talking about anymore. Yeah, maybe we can do some AI pixel art. Ow. What I was trying to figure out is I do have a color array here. But I kind of feel like I shouldn't be messing with that one. Make another color 32. Call this depth. I don't know if buffer is the right word. I actually don't know what a buffer really is. So a depth array. Color array. And we need a public texture 2D called depth texture. Now, where do we start? We start down here somewhere. On one style. I'm running out of shirts. I only have one shirt left. I need to wash my clothes, but I'm too lazy. I've been wearing the same socks for like a week. It's too much work. I hate doing the laundry. Depth color array equals new color 32. Map size dot x times map size dot y. And then we also need depth texture equals new texture 2D map size. Yeah, map size. Texture format RGBA 32, and the MIP chain is false. All right. So I think we'll start by simply trying to add it to the pencil. Because it shouldn't be that hard. Clean the pencil up a little bit. It's getting a little bit annoying. All this trash. The extents don't even do anything. We don't use those at all. Now, did I say anything? What we need to do is that's what's tricky. If I implement this so that we have like a depth buffer or depth stencil, whatever you want to call it, that determines where it starts rendering, then I have to set that somehow every single time that we draw a tile, right? Or when we place a tile using the pencil. Otherwise, you won't see it unless it's below the original value. But the way I'm doing it right now with the pencil is that I actually have two matrices. I have a tile matrix and a tile matrix preview. And is that what I'm doing? I think so. When I'm drawing with the pencil, the tile matrix preview gets changed. And while the preview while we're drawing on the preview, it's only showing that temporarily. Like it's using the preview matrix instead of the original matrix, which is super heavy. Not great. And then when I release the button, it actually it does all of the changes that we did to the tile matrix preview on the original tile matrix, right? That way we can see everything before it happens, and we can cancel it before it happens as well if we want to by right-clicking while we're drawing. But even there, when we're drawing that preview, we needed to set a depth. Because otherwise we can't even see the preview. Either that, or I make it, like while we're previewing, I make it not use the buffer. That's an option as well. And then I just draw to the buffer when I release the button. How do I even make it use the tile matrix? Controller draw tile matrix preview equals false. Yeah, that's how I'm doing it. It's just a boolean. And then here, it either draws the tile matrix preview or it draws the tile matrix. What I'm thinking is maybe adding another property to this here. Because here I'm sending a matrix to it, and I could add like a boolean that says yeah, I could supply it with a boolean that says, you know, use depth stencil, yes, no. Because we don't actually really need to go much further down than here. So what I just realized is that we're actually going from the bottom up. We're not going from the top down here. But I don't think it makes much of a difference. I think it's fine anyway. But what we'll have is just a limit instead of a start point. Because my idea was that I would set like int y equals 0. I would set that to be... Oh no, it would literally just be on the int z equals 0. That would be the depth buffer, and then it would go down from there. But instead what we'll do is we just start it at 0, and then we set z is less than tile count z, which is the limiter, right? We'll just set that to the depth buffer, or the depth stencil value. And it just won't run as much. Because right now it's running 50 times on every column, even when there's literally just ground there. And it's not a small function. Like it's huge. But most of it is just if clauses, so it's actually not doing much. It's basically just doing 6 else ifs, and then it doesn't find anything, and then it's done. More or less. And then down here it adds some colors to a color array index. So what we need to do is not go all the way up there. We need to go here. Then we add a bool, use depth stencil. And then we go down to Z. And then it's gonna say Z is less than tile count. But what it's gonna say is use depth stencil, then Z is less than tile count, else, can I do that with this? Else Z is less than Z is less than depth color array fuck. Where are my functions? Assets. LOT convert. That's what it's called. LOT convert dot index 23D to 1D. It's misspelled. Oh, don't peek. Go to index 2D to 1D. Yeah. Save. Then we have X, Y, and tile count X. Come on. Depth color array is a 32 color array, or a color 32 array. And then I do this. There. R. Need to access the red color channel there. Apparently this is superfluous. What this does, the LOT convert index 2D to 1D, is it's just a way for me to not have to write all this shit. Even though it's literally longer than typing this, it still feels better. I wanted it to just say index 2D to 1D, but I think you can't do that with just a namespace. All I wanted was to have a namespace with like a method, but I don't think you can do that. It seems to need to be inside a class, which sucks, because then you need to type the entire class name. Let's Google that real quick. C# namespace method without class. Just using a static method is the way to go here. If your function belongs to some existing class, you can declare it as a public static method. That's what I've done. If it should separate, you can put the method into a static class. Hello, Putty. How's it going? That didn't seem to change anything. Wait, I didn't open this up, did I? There we go. Error. True. True. Oh, that's false. Oh, still can't access it like that. It's called using static. Fuck you. Is there something else? Using static? Public store static class. But we can't use this, I think. There it is. It's really hard to tell what exists inside .NET Standard 2.0 compared to .NET 4.0 or like 6.0 or whatever, because it's like a total just mishmash of everything. Oh, Hacker Man. Yeah. All I was trying to do, like all I wanted to do was I wanted to have a method that I could call without having to type in all the bullshit. Like I have this LOT convert class here and it has index 3D to 1D. I just wanted to be able to type index 3D to 1D and that's it, but you can't do that. But it's fine. Alright. So now the pencil tool I think is fine. Except we need to go down to how should I do it though? Um, I think it's not that hard. Here we draw the thing, and then it does controller.execute action, and it's got an action list here. And what do we do in execute action? We add actions to the history. We remove any history that is in front of our current history index. And then this is where we set the input. There are two methods I can think of here right now. One method is literally just every single time I draw something, I check the entire tile matrix, every single fucking tile, and we redraw the entire depth stencil, which sounds like a really bad idea, but I think that's what we're gonna do first of all, just to test if it works. And then afterwards, what we're gonna do is we are just going to go through, because we have a bunch of actions here, right? And we'll have to iterate through the actions and see if whatever we drew is at a higher Z value than whatever we replaced. And that'll be that. But what we also need to do is add, I think we should add a depth stencil copy in each history. No, I don't think that's necessary. Each tile entry only needs to... It only needs to... It only needs to contain a new like depth Z for that column. That should be it, more or less. The problem is when we erase. Because if I erase a tile, then we do have to ray march down to see where the next tile is. But right now, here's where we execute the action, and after we have executed the action, then we're gonna do for int y tile matrix get length 1 or x tile matrix dot get length 0. And then on the innermost loop, we're gonna do 4. This is a little bit weird. Z equals tile matrix dot get length 2 minus 1. And we're gonna do that while Z is greater or equal to 0. And that's gonna be Z minus minus. So what we're gonna do here is we're gonna iterate through the entire tile matrix in the X and Y, and then we're gonna go from the top and down, and then whenever we find a tile, we're gonna set that to the value of the depth stencil for that tile, or for that, well, yeah, for that tile, because the depth stencil is only the texture. So we're gonna do if tile matrix x y z dot. I'm gonna check for the tile sheet. If the tile sheet does not equal 0, because I have an array of tile sheets, and the first tile sheet is always empty. It's just like a little trick I had to do for the shader. So anything that uses tile sheet 0, it's not it doesn't exist. It's an empty tile. And if that is the case, then the depth color array lot convert dot index 2D to 1D xy tile matrix dot get length. No, just use map size dot x. That's going to be set to new color 32. Z 0 0 0, right? Set as a byte. But this also means that because I'm using a color 32 here to send this, we can't have maps that are higher than 255 tiles. But I would be very surprised if we need that ever. That's not gonna happen. And I would prefer if our levels were on the lower side for the most part. Because the height is what makes the level big. Like I can have a 500 times 500 level easily. And up to like 20, 25 Z, it's no problem. But like 50, 100, it's just massive. I want to keep this as... I'll just do that for now. Whatever. It's just that... Well, the depth color array isn't really that impressive or interesting. But I was just considering whether I would want to send more information to the shader using this this texture. Because I already send 2 3D textures, I think, to the shader. And they're both full. Like, they're over full. I store 5 values in one 4-channel color 32. Because I'm using bitwise stuff, and I'm storing extra information in like the 2 last pixels or the 2 last bits in one of the channels there. Because I want to send another 3D texture to the array. And the reason for that is right now I'm using a 3D texture to tell the shader what tiles to render from the tile sheet. But that's all it can fit. That's just one layer. And I would like to have another layer. So it would be really nice to be able to send another one. I'm just worried that it's gonna be heavy. Because it already is heavy, right? So on the CPU, what I could do is I could enslave another thread and have that do the other layer at the same time as we're doing the first layer. That way, that should work a lot faster. But that's not the entire concern, because But yeah, the shader is actually, it's working really hard already. Like really hard. Because there's a lot of ray marching going on. And that's why I want to do this with the depth stencil, so that the shader also doesn't have to work as much. Because right now it's like every pixel on the screen is ray marching. And it's ray marching through 50 tiles. Every single frame. Which is super unnecessary, because it doesn't need to ray march at all on like 90% of the tiles. Because there's nothing there, like it's just like a ground at the bottom, and there's nothing more. So if I can fix that, I think the frame rate should go up. It probably won't, but it should go up significantly. So let's see how that ends up working out. Am I done here? I feel like I'm done here. What should happen here though is if we find something that uses another tile sheet, then Let's make sure. And tile matrix XYZ dot tile sheet does not equal 255. It might be 255. I'm not sure. And if it happens, then we need to break. So we need to go back to iterating the y's and x's. And then once that is done, then we're gonna do depth texture dot set color set pixels 32 depth color array. But, well, I don't know. What is a color 32? Is it a class? It's a struct. So it can't be null, right? So the RGBA channels should start at 0, all of them. And if they start at 0, then that should be fine. Because then when we're using the... There's something that I feel is wrong. Let's see, where's set status texture? Here, on Z, use depth fill stance. If we're using a depth stencil, then we're using Z is less than tile count. Okay, first of all, that's wrong. So we need to flip this around. If we are using depth stencil, then we're using the depth stencil here. But this needs to be Z is less than or equals to the depth stencil. Because otherwise, when the depth stencil is 0, it won't run at all. But it needs to, because 0 is, it might be the ground at like the first entry. So it needs to run up to the value, because otherwise it'll skip the value. I think it should. So that should be correct now. But we also need to set this depth texture. No, we don't need to set the depth texture. We're not even using the depth texture yet. I want to just get it working on the CPU first. Color array should be map size times map size. Times map size. Well... Not so sure there's anything else to do other than maybe this. Wait, see what happens. It crashes. Set pixels called with invalid number of pixels in array. Oh. So the color array needs to be initialized, I guess. I thought that it would be like default initialized, but color array. It's quite funny how often I get caught up on like the most basic ass shit, because I don't know how to program. Color array equals new color 32 map size .x times map size. Well, I mean, am I not setting that already? I have to be setting that somewhere. Am I setting that here? No. Color array. There it is. But then when we do that, we need to go through it. For int I color array dot length color array I dot equals new color 32. 0 0 0 0, I guess. There. Invalid number of pixels in the array. That doesn't make any sense. Screen status texture. Oh, yeah. I fucked it up. I was meddling. This is supposed to be tile count. Because it's only what's on the screen. So I don't think it's had anything to do with that. I see there it says tile count. It's not a problem there. Index was outside the bounds of the array. I guess depth color array doesn't get set either. Or maybe it doesn't get set, I'm not sure. If that is the problem. Depth color array dot length. I equals new color 32. 0000. Is that the problem? No. Index was outside the bounds. It starts at 0. It goes up to less than, if z is less than or equal to depth color array dot r. What's the problem? X plus y times x size. In the depth color array. Even if this is 0, this should not be a problem. I wonder if it's in the level editor that it's happening. Or in both. It's still happening, but it is happening twice. And both seem to be in the level editor, in start and late update. It's the problem. Z0. Yeah, it grabs Z0. So it actually runs this. What's the problem? I'm a little bit confused. I kind of have an inkling, maybe? Oh, not really. This is actually not correct. Now that I think about it, I think. Is it? No, it's not. See, what's happening is we're iterating through y and x in tile count, and the tile count is the amount of tiles in the x and y on the screen only. So that's like 20 times 18 or something. No, it's 40 times. What is it? 1080 divided by 2. 540 divided by 18. It's 40 times 30 tiles. That's what we're iterating through. And it's 40 times 30, or it's 40 plus camera tile position. So maybe if we do this, camera tile position plus x, and here we have camera tile position plus y. Now, I also have minus z. But I'm not really sure how I want to do this. Shit. It's a little bit weird. Because when you're looking at it like this, okay, you can't see it now, but when you're looking at the level, you see the tiles like this, right? And when you see like a wall, for example, if you continue straight ahead behind the wall, you're actually changing the Y value as well as the Z value at the same time when you go through it. So when you hit the ground that's behind the wall, that's just as many Y values or Y indices up as you've gone down in Z. I'll be right back. Oh. It's actually break time, but... Oh. I completely forgot if we made any breakthroughs here. Yeah, because this is... See the... Man. I wonder if we can make a temporary... Temporary depth stencil. For what? But shouldn't this work? Boogered. I don't get why it is complaining. I don't get what's crashing it. Maybe we need to do this. Maybe it's 1. Maybe it says 1 or something. I don't fucking know. Depth value 0, Z value 0. So why are you complaining? Like what? Oh, what is that? You fucking cunt! Oh. I don't want to go for a walk. It snowed today. But... hell. It doesn't say what... That's what I hate. It doesn't say what causes the issue. Like here, now it says this index right here is outside of the bounds of the array. Am I setting this completely incorrectly or some shit? Map size times map size. What's the problem? Here we're using index 2D to 1D. That does return x plus y times x size. Oh, Gunpopo, how's it going? And this should be completely correct. Oh, wait. That's wrong. That should be map size. Right. What am I doing? I am dying. I'm eating yogurt. And I'm writing an editor for our game. But right now I'm trying to create a depth stencil. Because we're basically using voxels in a sense. Like it's pixel art and it's pure 2D, but internally it kind of works the same as voxels. So you have a 3-dimensional array of tiles that are all piled upon each other. And what I'm trying to do now is I'm trying to make a depth stencil that will kind of keep track of what the highest tile that exists in a column of tiles is, so that when I'm rendering it and I'm reading through it, I don't have to read through a shitload of empty air, and I'm just trying to save some processing time. But it's kind of being a butthole, and it won't play. It's still throwing the same error. How can this be an issue? Depth color array, LOT index 2D to 1D, camera tile position x plus x, camera tile position. No, it still says tile count. But even if it does say a tile count, that should not be at all possible for it to. Incorrect. I don't fucking get it. Our game is a it's not my game. I'm working for a guy called Kibbs, but it's our game. So I'm not sure if my vision of the game is exactly the same as his, but the way I would describe it, the way I see it in my mind, because we're not really to the point where we have like a playable prototype yet, is kind of like Pillars of Eternity, Baldur's Gate. You're walking around town, you can talk to people, you can find stuff to do, you know. But in combat, it's more like Final Fantasy Tactics or something. You know, it's grid-based tactics, but we're trying to make it a little bit more advanced. That is the game look. It's a story game. Like Baldur's Gate or Pillars of Eternity. With some intermittent gameplay. Tactical RPG combat. Yeah, but at the same time, I've been working a lot on it. Like, we've got... Shader isn't open. But just this script here is 2,000 lines. We've got almost 1,000. Level editor, 2,000 lines. I have a shader that's 2,000 lines. I don't know a game designer. I mean, anyone's a game designer, pretty much. An educated game designer is a total meme, to be honest. Just because you know how to make like a fucking design document, which is borderline useless, by the way. Except if you're working on like a huge project with like 4 million people. Then the best game designer is just a dude who played a lot of video games. Just go play a bunch of video games. Congratulations, you're a game designer. More or less. But I do think you kind of have to play on a level where you actually start understanding the games. Like competitive games and stuff. I'm a game designer. Yeah, you are. Because you played like lots of video games. Yeah, Mr. Potastron here wants to design your game. However, if you're a mobile dev, you're it's over already. If you're looking for a designer to like help you figure out mobile game stuff, I don't know, man. You gotta figure that stuff out on your own, to be honest. Why doesn't it work? I really don't get it. Why would it throw an error here? That should not be able to happen. Because all that's happening here is that I'm trying to access the depth color array, and I'm doing that by using this little index 2D to 1D method here, which is basically just you take the x and the y, and then you return x plus y times x size. Right? So that way you get, like, if y is 1, that means you iterated through the x once, so then you just add the x. It's just so that you can access a full 1D array as a 2D array. That's all this is doing. And it works just fine with this, but for some reason, when we try to access this specific array, it doesn't work. And but let's save and try running it again. It's still throwing an error in the exact same place. It's right there. So what exact value do we get here? And what is... No, let's just add that after. Out of depth plus depth color array dot length. Like, what is the issue? I tried 10 different things. One pick the one that works. Coming up with 10 of those ideas is game design. If you can come up with a better idea in only 3 ideas, you're a better game designer, or sometimes you get lucky. Yeah, see, this is the kind of game development that I just don't want to do. I don't enjoy it. I barely respect it. Because it's just, you know, just making shitty mobile games, right? And you're just kind of tossing things at the wall. Because you're not, like, working in a niche. You're not working on, like, a passion project. You're not trying to make something that's, like, really good. You're just trying to make something that will sell, which is fine. But at that point, like, any game design, like, a game designer won't help you. Because you're just trying to find, like, a random idea that will punch through. And so are, like, 400 million other people. So, like, the mobile industry, I was talking before about how when you're a game developer, you don't actually really have a lot of competition. So, like, if you're making... Like I said, if you're making a colony sim, for example, you have almost no games that you're competing with. You're competing with RimWorld, Dwarf Fortress, and just like a small handful of really, really bad RimWorld ripoffs. So you have, like, nothing that you're competing against. But when you're a mobile dev, you're competing with, like, a million other developers. Because everyone is making the same shit. Everybody is making the same... like, working in the same way. Everybody's just throwing, you know, random snake tier ideas against the wall. And everybody's just ripping each other off 24/7. So, like, I would hate working in the mobile market. Like, you'd have to be really creative, I think, with making, like, I don't know, like, little puzzle games and stuff that are, like, somewhat unique. I don't even know. Like, I don't play puzzle games or mobile games, so I don't really... The whole market makes, like, no sense to me at all. But as long as you make some money, I guess that's fine. See, like we've got the indices here, and we have the maximum, which is way, way, way high. And there's like no issue whatsoever. And then at the bottom here, we get a 0 out of 0. And then it crashes. You just want to make money? I know a good salt mine. Yeah. Is the money good as a cocaine addicted salt miner? Manual laborer? I don't know who makes the most money down there. I think it is really good money. Because the miners here, they make a lot. It's fantastic, yeah. $35 an hour plus OT, yeah. And then you get a rock on your arm. And then you get early pension. Just fuck off and do nothing for the rest of your life. But it makes no sense. Look. It's still throwing the error here. And it throws an error at start as well. In now it won't even say where it does it. You like streaming something cozy? Desperados 3 maybe? What about Baldur's Gate 2 Throne of Ball? But yeah, it can be nice to take a break. I'm not doing Pillars of Eternity 2 right after Pillars of Eternity. We're gonna play more Ease first. Holy shit, this is terrible. Why does the level editor, because here the main controller, it returns this just fine, but once we reach the level editor, it's like index 0, and that just should not happen. So why is it happening? Because I'm doing the exact same thing here, am I not? Depth color array equals new color 32, map size times map size. But like, is this perhaps broken in some other way? Maybe the map size in the prefab editor is like 0 or something, but it shouldn't be. Let's set both of these to false for now. Let's see if that lets it run. No! Fuck off! But it might be because I'm doing this. Let's try getting rid of that. And we'll see if maybe the map size in level editor is 0 or something. It is, yeah. There, now it runs. However, the frame rate is unchanged. Hmm. Question is it actually doing anything right now? See, I don't think this is actually very heavy. The screen status texture, I think it's like super chill, to be honest. So what we should do now is try to implement it in the shader. I think like the thing that is heavy when it comes to this, and the one thing I think I could probably multi-thread, if it's possible, is this here. First you do this whole thing on the main thread, right? And then you will go down. Down. And now, once you are done looping through this and you're setting color array, what should happen is that the color array, I think, should be dumped into a buffer. So that the color array can be worked on again. And once that has been dumped into a buffer, then the multi-thread should kick in here on set pixels and on apply, because this is the heavy part, I think. And oh, would it even work? I'm not so sure. No, it could get delayed. I was thinking you could do this while you were running like the next batch of color array, but it only happens when the camera moves, so it would have to be done right after, regardless. Otherwise you would get like 1 pixel delay, 1 frame delay. I don't think that's you want, but it could work potentially. Because this is what takes up the majority of the time. You go into the profiler, analysis profiler, play. Why the hell did you crash? Is it because I added that? But that should... Alright, let's add minus Z there then. I don't know if that makes any sense though. Nope. The fuck? Grab the fucking profiler! Why is it locked? Okay, fine, pause. Oh, it's still locked! What's going on? Move it? There we go. Thank you. And then we check here CPU usage. Level editor update. Fuck. Where are all my scripts? And I'm so confused. Alright, so now GFX wait for present GFX wait for present on GFX thread. I think this is my shader. That's apparently taking up all the time now. But somehow it's still like running like trash. Here GFX waiting for present thread is 34 ms. What happened to this script? Because over here it was my late updates, but now it's not even it's not even showing the late updates anymore. There's the late update, 0.012 ms. That used to be 6 ms. Like the same as the GFX wait for thread. So in that case, why is it running worse? Is it running even worse than it did before? You know what? I'm gonna build this. Yeah, the build also still runs worse today, apparently. Man, I don't get the frame rate. I honestly don't know where the drops are coming from or what's draining it. Because if you looked at the profiler, it was like completely devoid of anything. So I'm thinking it's probably just the
生徒たちには雑音に惑わされず輝かしい学園生活を送ってほしいんだ。ごもっとも。だからお前には見極めてほしい。
Now we're listening to the hello OCAB. Now we're listening to the OCAB music. Special discs with just a bunch of talking and bullshit. Yeah, but I only watch cool anime. Obviously. Cool 3D anime that looks like trash. But see, this here, the wait for present on GFX thread, I'm 99% sure that is waiting for the shader. So that's also why I want to try to send this thing to the shader. Let's see here. Go all the way up to start. We have depth, texture, depth, color array. And let's just depth texture dot set pixels 32. Depth color array. Like that. And then we do rend dot shared material dot set texture, and I'm gonna call it depth stencil, depth texture, and then we go find the shader. It's a material. Sampler 2D. Depth texture. Now let's add the underscore. I don't know why I even have the underscore, but call the depth stencil. Like that. And we probably need a pixel size. Pixel size. Then if we get past all of this trash, then we're gonna do You use floats here. Yeah, just have to set it as a float. That's gonna be underscore depth stencil dot sample sampler. I don't know if I need a sampler for each of these. Sampler state sampler underscore depth stencil. Oh. What are we listening to again? We are listening to... Oh yeah. Don't have the Winamp thing up. Oh, hope it broke. There we go. Right now we're listening to Sekaiju no Meikyu Dencho no Gyojin. Rough sketch. Hold on. Is this even worth saving? I think this is some Etrian Odyssey shit. Etrian Odyssey 4 Legends of the Titan Rough Drafts and Outtakes. But no, this is my anime and games music collection album. I'm kind of just going through it to delete all the anime weeb bullshit. Sometimes there's a bunch of girls singing and I just delete that. Command and Conquer soundtrack collection. Alright. Some Hell March. It just says Command and Conquer soundtrack collection. Wait, Red Alert 3. Nope. I don't see anything called Soviet March, so maybe it's called something else. Either that or it's not in this collection. Oh, it's in 3? And it might be here. Soviet Up Yours. Soviet combat. L March 3. Exploring in Russia. Threatened in Russia. Soviet combat. Soviet March reprise. There's no... Oh no, there. Just had a bit longer name. Red Alert 3 theme Soviet March. Man, what am I doing? Where am I? What's happening? Setting a depth stencil. What is this supposed to be? Level stencil dot pixel size. This should be depth stencil dot pixel size. And we have base world position. Now this is an actual Z value. We don't need that. Only checking here. Here we've got +1 that... Why is there a +1? Whatever. Remove. So this should set us up with a depth. Oh my god. Man, can we even do this properly? It's a little bit complicated. Again. It's because... let's not open this one. Because in the shader, if I'm reading this tile here, for example, then we get this roof. And it might be at like Z20. But then, since I need to know what's behind it, because it's like partially transparent, like up here there's nothing in this tile, then we need to know what's behind it to draw it. And then we keep going down, but we're not actually going down in the Z level. We're going down, well, we are, but we're also going up in the Y axis at the same time. Because this piece of roof is actually like at this XY level. If you go all the way down to the ground. So every time we go down a Z level here, we have to bump it up a Y level. And that's why the math becomes so weird, because I can't even remember what I'm doing. Like if you look at it here, I'm looping through the Z downwards. And here I'm checking tile state in the level stencil. But here I'm doing minus Z. What are we doing in the raycast loop? Not much. We're sampling the screen status texture sample. Normally. But then if we go back to controller and we look at the set screen status texture, then here we do camera tile position plus Y minus Z when we are setting this thing, it seems. Yeah. And what that means is that here we're pre-shifting it, right? So that does that make sense? I mean, that is what we're doing, right? So if normally you've got an array that looks like this, just a cube, and what I've done is this. You know? And the reason I did that was so that it was easier in the shader to just go straight through it like this to find what you needed. But that does make it does make it more difficult. You know what? Maybe we drop what I was doing now. Because what I'm doing now is I'm making the set screen status texture use a depth buffer as well, or a depth stencil, to not do that many things. But I think this is really fast anyway. I'm not sure. So if that is the case and this is actually fast, then we just do that. And make it go back to normal. No? So what we can do then instead is simply make a depth stencil every single frame that we update the what's on screen. And we can make one that works here, that's already like pre-shifted. How is this? Incorrect number of arguments. Fuck off. Yeah, there's no difference here though, whether I do what I did or not. Which isn't really that strange, because if you look at it, this is what happens, right? You go in and it starts looping, and then it checks here, and this right here, this checks if we are outside of the array, right? And if that's the case, then it just writes zeros. Else, we do a little bit here. We set a temp tile, which is our current tile, right? So that we can access it more easily. Then we check if player is not indoors, player is not behind object, and tile matrix camera tile position plus blah 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 blah. Room ID does not equal 255. Then we set temp int to 0, and the temp int that represents what we're going to label the tile as, if it's gonna be visible or transparent or hidden, or if it's a slide through. That's another thing. That's what we set, and that's just to set it as like being drawn. And then here, this is kind of weird. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing here. I set a bool to true, and then I have here like or bool. If this is true, then we run it, so it always runs. I don't really know. But then we go in and we check, is this tile a horizontal wall? No. All right. Is it a vertical wall? No. Okay. Is it a floor? No. Okay. Is it a roof? No. Is it a door? No. All right. It is. Okay, we're done. Like that's that's all it does if it's an empty tile. So it's like not really a big deal. Though some of these assignments should probably be done somewhere else. Tile type can be none. See, that's where I kind of wonder if I should have another one here, because I have a bunch of text for horizontal wall, etc. So if the tile type for a tile is 0, then it should just skip everything. And this should also be inside of a check that checks if it's 0 or not, and then that happens. But otherwise, it's just not doing anything. And even if it is like a roof or something, it only does a couple of like additions and stuff. That could probably be cached to speed it up a little bit, but like an addition and a subtraction and comparisons, I don't know if it really matters that much. I've never really like benchmarked what the difference is or profiled, if it makes a difference at all. This is like the only thing here that takes up time. We have to check if something exists inside of a cube. But even that is pretty easy, I think. It's literally just like checking the point against the edges of the cube and then you're done. So I don't really think that this takes up much time. It is this, the set pixels, that is the heaviest bit. I don't remember how to multi-thread anymore. We were doing some things, but that was kind of just... We were just multi-threading the for loops. Because what I'm thinking is, if I can just do this in a separate thread, then even if this... I'm just thinking that it might be able to continue doing the rest of the code while that is running. Because if I can do this, and then I can set another thread to set the pixels, apply the texture, and then update the shader, then the rest of the code can continue running afterwards, and it's just fine. It just handles itself. Because this should just be the visual stuff. So what we should do is something like Hello 32. Well, no. Get rid of that there. Depth color array. Nothing's really done with it until we're here. Here's where we set the depth color array. But then that's just gonna be tile count x times tile count y. But now we have set depth stencil. So why didn't this work anyway? So weird. Oh, because it says float 3 there, so it should just say float 2. Sampler 2D object does not have methods at line 104. It's a fucking problem. HLSL sampler 2D sampler state That's the problem, bro. Are they all just float 3s? I was 100% sure you could do this with float 2s. Hit it. Fuck. It's still broken. Sampler 2D object does not have method set line. Maybe I haven't set... But like main text, that's just a sampler. So what is the problem? The only thing I haven't done is set this uniform, but that shouldn't matter. Because they're all uniform. Now that doesn't make a difference. Do I have too many textures? This should not be necessary. No, that made no difference. Maybe sample is only for 3D. I absolutely do not think that's the case. Bring back our actual values here. And then we just do text 2D instead. Um. X2D, no matching, zero parameter intrinsic function. Unexpected token. Like, is there just a comma here that shouldn't be here? Because here... Like, is it this? No? That should just be depth stencil. But it says the zero parameter intrinsic. What the fuck is it talking about? Like, this is what text 2D looks like. That works. So, what if I turn this into a float 4? No? Man, I don't fucking get it. What's the difference? It's not the file or the variable name. This one should be a big D now. No, it shouldn't. That one also got undoed. Does this need to be there or something? What is it? What are you doing? Why are you fucking me in the ass? No, it still doesn't work. Hello, Morgan. Now it works. So, like, what the... That works. Is it like the texel size that doesn't exist somehow? Like, what the fuck is going on? Now it works? Why? What's there? I see there are two. Yeah, There was one too few of these. Needed another parentheses. That was the whole issue the entire time. Fuck. Alright. So now this should be float on a normal float, and this should be an X. That probably also means that we can go all the way back using a sample. We just need to add or not. This should actually be what we need to do. Anywhere that says map height -1 should now be depth, I think. There. Now it runs at 10 FPS instead of 100. Nice.
Oh my god.
I don't get it. How can this be heavier? How is that possible? What is the issue? It's just not possible. It's completely impossible. Because all we should be doing here is we're setting Z to depth. And as long as depth is 0, then it runs once. And it's gonna draw like whatever is at the floor. And that's it. That's all that should be happening. But for some reason, me doing that is making it lag a million times worse. And it makes no sense because it's just one sample. And here, otherwise, I am sampling every single Z step. I'm sampling multiple times. Like the ray cast loop is super heavy. So it should be saving millions of samples. So how can it possibly run worse? Now the wait for present on the FX thread is even worse. I'm not even sure I'm using these sampler states correctly. Because if you look here, look, it just works. I don't fucking get it. He just does texture 2D G mesh texture. Is that? And then he does output.rgb color equals G mesh texture dot sample mesh texture sampler in texture UV. So I don't actually really know what a sample 2D is here. So what if I just set this to be a texture 2D? Would that work? Seems like it. Still runs like garbage though. Which is completely unbelievable. So what if I take this there and I set this depth to be map height -1. Now that runs normally again. Set it as test. What the absolute shit? Test is at 6 now. The more we increase it, the slower it gets. 159, it's really slow. We reduce it down to 10, now it runs at 200 FPS. 1. Real difference. 0. What kind of value is in there? Because all I'm doing is I'm setting it to be 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. So it should just be 0. So how is this any different? Now, what if we keep test at 2? Then it runs kind of like it did before. Not really a big difference. Which is kind of strange, but sure, I guess. I also want to try doing this. Happens if we draw some shit there and then select that. Draw that like here. Yeah, now that disappears. So we've got clear evidence that this works. Like it skips drawing that. And if we go down to minus, now the FPS shoots up quite a lot. But it's still strange, so... So how can that be a thing that matters that much? What if we do this? We do this and then we just name this something else and we don't use it at all. Now that doesn't affect it. So it's not the text 2D. But if I do that, now it runs like dog shit. It's so unbelievably weird. Like it runs like the value is 200 or something, but there shouldn't be anything in there. Even here, like I'm only setting this once. We're not doing this anywhere else, are we? No, this only happens once. So the entire depth color array is 32. Like it's not more than 32, or it's not more than 0. All of it is 0. So this should be completely impossible. This makes no sense whatsoever. And it should be this. Because it should be using this. Let's do this. I want it to be a sample. That. Now that's still broken. Yeah. So what if we do that? Man, I don't get it. What can you possibly be getting from there? Here's what we're gonna do. Oh man, what is it called? It's called depth stencil. Then we're gonna do return fixed 4. Depth, depth, depth. 1. Why is it white? And it's running at 800 FPS, so I think we know where the culprit is for why things run slowly. It's inside this. Well, no, it kind of makes sense, I think. Because I was setting it to 1 there. Now it doesn't make any sense. Oh. Now this needs to be a sampler. See, now it returns 0. Now it's black. So why... Oh, why can't I get it to give me a 0 from the text 2D or the depth? Oh, fucking hate shaders. Shaders are so trash. HLSL is the worst programming language in the world. So fucking garbage. Oh shit, I know what's going on. I don't apply it. It hasn't been applied. Oh, please. That was it. Oh, all that for such a little small thing. Oh. Okay. Kind of weird, it's still though. But I wonder if it's got something to do with a garbage collection or something. See. Now, wait for present on GFX thread goes up to like 2.19 sometimes. But before it was like 20. That should definitely help, but oh, all we've done now is set everything to render from 0. So next what needs to happen is... Oh my god, that made me so tired. Then we should take a little break. One second. Oh boy. Now here at the end of set screen status texture. That's where we need to set this thing now. So here as well, we need to make oh, we don't need to do that. Depth color array. For every X, we need to do depth color array X. Well, let's do LOT. That. And then here, we're gonna add if temp tile dot tile type does not equal byte tile type dot none. Then we're gonna set this to be the current Z as a byte, but only if the current X is less than Z. Current R is less than Z. Then we're gonna set that. This is Disgaea, apparently. I can resume no music if you prefer. Can we do if this? Well, if map size of x is not equal to 0 and map size dot y is not equal to 0. Yeah, I have this guy. Well, actually, I don't think I bought this guy at 2. Maybe I did. But I did buy this guy 1, 3, and 4, I think. I stopped liking them with 4. It wasn't because 4 was bad, it was just because I grew out of that kind of anime humor. And then it just becomes unplayable. Anime is super cool when you still like anime. Like hard to say anything else, especially since I've been playing or watching like shitloads of anime in my day. It's not working. Oh, I know why. Yeah, I have Phantom Brave. I never bought Makai Kingdom, but I played it. I haven't finished it. I also have Soul Nomad on disc for PS2. I never finished that one either. Never finished Phantom Brave either. Honestly, I finished 1, 2, and 3, I think. I don't think I ever finished 4. So as far as TRPGs go, mechanically, I don't think it's the worst. I think it's on the forefront, more or less. It doesn't really do that much different than all the other ones, because they're all, like, identical. They're all, like, the absolute most bottom, basic ass, you know. It's like playing Final Fantasy. None of them really do anything. But in this, at least in Disgaea, you can, like, throw people and stuff. And you can like stack counters to the point where you do like literally 500 counters in a row. You know. Even if it's super silly. See, I don't ask much. I just want more than Final Fantasy 1. More or less. That's why I don't want to play Suikoden, because Suikoden is Final Fantasy 1 as well. But I might do it just to try 3, 4, 5. And you have it in Final Fantasy 3? Something that's better than Final Fantasy 1? I already played Final Fantasy 3 though. It's still just Final Fantasy 1. How can the class change? Whoa! Now you can play another class that plays just like a fighter. I know. Oh. I might play Forever Home. I could play Forever Home. Just because I'm a little bit interested in reminding myself what it was like. I like playing JRPGs that do something a bit different, even if they're not really that great. But we already played Cosmic Star Heroine, so I don't want to replay that. Nobody gave a shit anyway. Nobody gives a shit anytime I mention it. Nobody has ever played it. I mention it all the time. No one has ever played it. I even bought it for a friend. I has never played it. I don't like Shadow Hearts. Like, I've tried getting into it, but especially that circle thing. I hate that. It's worse than Final Fantasy 1. It's Final Fantasy 1 with a super shitty minigame that you have to do every single time you attack. I absolutely despise that. I could play Star Ocean 2 if you really want me to. But the problem is I would kind of want to play Star Ocean 1 first. And Star Ocean 1 fucking sucks ass. It's like completely unplayable. That weird PS3 launch one? What, Shadow Hearts? Or I've only tried playing Shadow Hearts and Shadow Hearts. I think people recommend starting on 2. I don't know if that's Covenant or not. I heard people say skip the first one. The Resonance of Fate? I would rather shoot myself. Resonance of Fate is awful. But it is different. It is absolutely different. But it's also less complex than Final Fantasy 1. To be honest. Something else that starts with an R that was a PS3 launched game? I don't know, dude. A Resonance of Fate, it is interesting because you've got like pistols and you got machine guns and you got like grenades and shit. And it's like one of them build like stagger meter, and the pistols, I think, or it's like you got blue and red, I think. The blue builds stagger, the red does damage when they are staggered. So you need to have like one character who just staggers them, and then two characters that have red weapons that do damage. And then the entire system is just your characters need to run in a triangle. Because when it's someone's turn, you can tell them to run somewhere, and then they run, and while they're running, they shoot. That's all they do. It's literally just attack, but they also run. And then the next character needs to cross where that character was standing with his run. And then next character needs to cross that character's path with his run. And then they all run in a triangle, and you get like a super triangle attack. And that's the only mechanic in the entire game, and that's the only thing you can do. You don't even have like magic and shit, I think. You just do that forever. PS3 game. Is it the one with the red-haired chick? That was like an action game. Here it's R. R, M, N, O, P, Q, R. R. Ratatouille. Rayman. Record of Agrest War. That one. That one is, to start using Okeb's word, that one is absolutely putrid. I have that one on disc. I have Resonance of Fate on disc as well. If I remember, like when I was playing a Record of Agrest War, it's the most tedious RPG I have ever played in my entire life, because you have to like in combat you have to like change position of your characters, because you can stand in like certain formations, and you have to like change your characters' positions around so that they can get like certain combos with whoever is standing next to them on like the enemies, and I don't remember it well enough, but doing that whole thing and trying to like set up attacks that actually did any damage, I remember like one random encounter taking 30 minutes or something, and like you had to get through like 4 or 5 to get through so you could save. So it was like 2 hours of just like a couple of random encounters, and then you died at the last one, and then you had to start over. That's why I quit. I remember that very vividly. Like it took forever. But maybe I was just retarded. That is entirely possible. Rogue Legacy? No, not Rogue Legacy. I was thinking Rogue Galaxy, but that's a PS2, like late stage PS2 game. There aren't that many games on R. It's gotta probably be something else. Oh. I know why this isn't working. So we also need to do depth. Color text depth texture dot set pixels 32. Depth array texture dot apply. But this is in start. Here. Alright, let's call it depth then, so alright. What about now? Folklore? Why the fuck is this? Invalid texture format. I have heard of this folklore before, but I don't remember what it looks like. I've never really looked at it, I think. But yeah, go walking. Charles would complain the entire time. Why? Star Ocean 2 is the one I've played the least, I think. I tried playing 3, I've tried playing 4, but 3 is just not good, and neither is 4. The Star Ocean 1 is rough. You can't even move in Star Ocean 1. So there is nothing you can do. Like, I don't even know how to play the game properly. The only thing I know is attack. Like, you just press attack button, pretty much, until the enemy dies before you die. And they attack as fast as you do. So when you walk into the stone golems in the beginning, it's like, and then they kill you. Because the way you move in Star Ocean 1 on the battlefield is you have to press Y and then move a pointer and then press A. And then the character moves there. And it's so slow that in the time it takes you to do this, you're taking like 4 hits, so it's not worth doing. Not gonna lie, this game looks super boring. When it comes to action RPGs, though, my standards are really high. They're way higher than for any RPG. For RPGs, I can do with quite a little. Quite little, as long as... Like, even if just the pixel art is nice, I can kind of live with it. I don't even like Bayonetta. I only like Devil May Cry 4. And 5, kind of. Bayonetta could have been cool, but they ruined the entire series. Because the way it works is enemies don't stagger. They only stagger if you do the summon attacks. Like if you do 3 hits and then you press like Y, she'll do a big hit that like summons a big fist or a big foot. Those can stagger enemies. But otherwise, the entire game is just about like late dodging. That's what the gameplay is. You late dodge and then you mash some buttons. It's not like Devil May Cry. It's not like you're figuring out enemy patterns or anything like that. You kind of just wait for an attack and then you late dodge and then you kill them. That's like the entire game. But I still found Bayonetta kind of enjoyable, just because it's still a cool game overall. But I have like no interest in playing 2 or 3 because they just look the same again. And we're never gonna get another Devil May Cry game. And even then, Capcom is such a shit company. Like, I really enjoyed playing Devil May Cry 4 on Dark Knight mode. I don't know what it's called. Legendary Dark Knight mode. It spawns 10 times more enemies everywhere, and it like puts insane amounts of shit against you all the time. And that was really fun. I liked that a lot. It's probably one of the best like action game experiences I've had. Because there was just monsters everywhere, and you were just slaughtering them. But then in DMC 5, they made Legendary Dark Knight mode for PS4, PS5, or whatever it's on, and they never released it on PC, and they never will. So I'm not even, I won't even buy that game just because of that. Like, absolute piece of shit developer. Capcom sucks ass. They are one of the worst developers ever. They only make like cool games, but all their games are fucking garbage. Every single one. Because they're always broken in like 40 different ways. Like Dragon's Dogma. Dragon's Dogma is an absolute nightmare to play, even though it is a really cool game. Because everything is broken. Every single thing. The story doesn't make any sense. The story progression makes no sense. The class progression makes no sense. Like, oh, you want to play like a melee character? You want to play a warrior? Oh, too bad. You have to play an assassin for 90 levels. Otherwise, if you play anything else, your stats grow differently. So you have to play the shitty thing that you don't want to play to be able to play the thing you want to play when you're like fighting the last boss or something. Otherwise, you have to just deal with it and just play with like a fourth as much damage. There's so much stuff like that. The inventory management is a nightmare. Every single time you touch water, you have to go into the inventory, remove your lantern, watch the cutscene where he removes his lantern, enter the inventory again, pick out your lantern. Otherwise, the lantern is just turned off and you can't see anything. So much stuff like that. I haven't even kept up with Street Fighter because I don't play fighting games, so I'll only like laugh at it if it fails spectacularly. Why doesn't this work? Oh, I know why this doesn't work. I know why it doesn't work. If map size dot x does not equal 0 and map size dot y does not equal 0, stick is in the closet. Here's that weeps. Yeah, my stick cost $250. It was worth it, but I still regret associating with the Swedish fighting game community. Really not great people. Alright, let's see. And now draw some stuff there, like we could before. Nothing changed. Now what if I take this and I draw it right there? That works. And then what if we scroll up and I draw up there? Nope, still broken. This is why. This needs to be 25 times 255. Maybe. I mean, it should be, but that might be why it's wrong. And now it runs at 60 FPS again. Why, dude? I don't fucking get it. I hate shaders so much. That still doesn't work. Hello, Cedric. Hello, Kibbs. Works. Oh, what's going on there? Something's getting drawn. Okay, okay, so it does work, but something is not right. It's gotta have something to do with the Z offset. Well, what I'm trying to do bit complicated, but I'm basically making a depth stencil or a depth buffer or whatever you want to call it. Because I'm sending... Our world consists of a three-dimensional array of tiles, and to send these tiles to the shader, I'm sending them as a three-dimensional texture. But I'm sending them as like a cutout of the current screen. And then I like determine what... Like I determine if some tiles need to be transparent, or if they're not visible, or if, you know, they're supposed to be visible or semi-transparent, or etc, etc. So what this ends up with is that I have to ray march through this texture to determine what to render where, like maybe a character standing behind an object. So I need to determine those kind of things in the shader. It's pretty heavy, but it works. But what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to add a depth stencil to kind of tell it what height it needs to start at, so that it doesn't have to ray march through the entire thing. Because otherwise it might be like 50 entries that are empty that it ray marches through for no reason. And that's what I'm trying to do now. I'm trying to get this depth stuff to work properly, but it's weird for many reasons. Like I've showed this earlier. If we pop open this here, you can see. This is just a file where I've been working on buildings and stuff, right? And files and whatnot. But if you take this roof tile here, this might be like, I don't know how many tiles up. Let's say 30 or 20. Let's go with 20. Then if the map is like 50 high, it still needs to go down to 20. But it's not as simple as just going from Z50 to Z20. Because we're using a 3/4 angle, that means that to get like this part that's behind here, this is ground. I need to iterate through and down to the ground visually. And that means that for every Z value that I go down, I have to go up a Y value. So that we're actually going down visually. So I can grab whatever is behind it. And this becomes a pain in the ass for my brain to figure out all the proper math and like approaches for it. Because on the CPU side, everything is just stored in a 3D matrix, or that's what I call it. It's just a 3D array. And there it's just the way it should be, kind of. But ooh, been 5 hours. I'm thinking maybe we stop there for today, because I've been working through my breaks as well. I haven't really done anything. It was too cold, I didn't feel like going outside. So... But I fixed... The thing we had an issue with before was saving and loading. That was yesterday. And I did fix saving and loading, so... Like you can draw some stuff like this. Save it as... DDDDD. Okay. Open d. And there it is. It works just fine. Though I still haven't added objects to the serialization process. We'll have to do that next. I just wanted to get it to run a little bit better, but I made it run worse instead, for now. Somehow. Yeah, I try to stream programming every day during the day. And then I do some gaming stream in the evening. I usually stop around now or later. Or no, or earlier, even. But I guess it's the apply that fucks it. I wish you could get around the apply somehow. You kind of can with the render textures, but I already use render textures. I'm not sure I can use more render textures. Maybe I can. The tricky part about the depth buffer is that it needs to be like this, kind of. The entire thing needs to be crooked. I think. Which I don't really like that, but... yeah. We'll stop there. So, until next time, thanks for hanging. Have a good night or something. I don't know. It's not night over there. I don't know where you are. Bye-bye.